Can you guys see the game? Everything look good? I know I'm kind of blocking over here, but you know, we don't need to look at the exit sign. All right. So everything looks good, everything sounds good. Let's go ahead and start with the final day. Let's start Trial Former of episode 5. I'm excited. I'm really excited. Excited to be done with this game. Also, just quick apology again if I'm looking constantly at this side. This is where everything else is. So OBS, I have, you know, everything else. Twitch stream, OBS, whatever. It's all over here. So chat, you're here. Game, right here. Okay? Also, I do stutter and repeat myself sometimes. That's just because, you know, I don't like how I say something. So I'll just say it again. So if this playthrough gets really long, it's probably because of that. All right, let's get started. That's enough from me. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, all right. I'm already messing up. I'm already messing up. This is the defendant lobby, all right. But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, Edgeworth! Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the lucky number 7 ID number is, that is. That was a lot of ises. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. Oh, I'm sure he knew before you did, Phoenix. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't officially been charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. To hear what you have to say. So what you're telling me... is that Edgeworth came over here knowing full well what I would say, but he wanted to hear it from my mouth directly because he missed the sound of my voice. Oh, Edgeworth, you sure do know how to flirt, like... This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Oh my god, he made the first move! Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. Oh, We have plenty of time, my boy. We have a trial former and a trial ladder. That depends on you. No, I think it depends on us. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. Oh, think about it. See you in court, Wright. See you, boyfriend. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Now, we kind of already have an idea of what Gant has on Lana, but we'll play through the game. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant? Ooh, he's doing a power move right now. Sorry, a power move! Good morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Edgy. Been back to the pool yet? No! I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. That's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. Oh no. He wants her to confess in court directly, on the record. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Oh, Lana, don't worry. We'll talk around all of this bullshit. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Uh-huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! I knew it. You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. Does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, she's gonna say, I rescind your defense. Like, I fire you as my defense attorney. Oh, no. Oh, no! In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But, Lana... Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict, now, if you please. Well, The defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise, this can't be happening. It appears time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Objection! One moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Edgy! Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty, beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy! I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Emma was with Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. He's speaking from the heart there, talking from experience. Our little trauma boy. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, worthy, worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. I don't think you want to be threatening anyone in court, on the record. Miss Emma Skye, please, take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. He could take you by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. Student, Emma, student! 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please. Remember, this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. Yesteryear. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
Witness testimony. 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. A man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
Oh, he's passing the ball to me! You've got to admire courage. Wait, you've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Cross-examination. Don't worry, Edgy, I got you. Okay, we're gonna press everything, as we have learned to do.
2 years ago, the defendant was a police at the police department, correct?
Yes. She was second in command under then Deputy Chief of... Wait. She was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police, Gant. My sister... She was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ.
So that's been there?
I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye in Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then, but
can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
So, the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim.
Let's hear more.
So, you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard about it? Have you heard enough?
Let's talk about the picture, which is drawn on the other side of the evidence list.
This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, of course, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. I know for sure we have to present here, but let's see what we can get out of her.
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes. I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I did draw it. I swear. I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew. That reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Okay, I think this is the final thing we press, yeah?
That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other.
I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can.
Okay, let's go ahead and present the picture. You drew a picture, huh? You drew a picture? You mean this picture? On the back of this paper? on the back of this evidence list? One moment. Sorry. Okay.
Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Uh-huh. Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
No need to get so defensive.
That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it? Huh! What's this? Yes, what is that?
Hey! That's it! That's the picture I drew! That's the picture I drew!
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order! Order! But, Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Your Honor?
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor! Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. let's see.
How has he never noticed before?
Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
The blue badger?
That's
That thing. That thing was dancing in the evidence room.
clearly this is an act of vandalism. This act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. List of evidence in the SL9 incident. Half of this list was found in Gant's desk.
Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Also, I'm just now noticing, look at the weapon in his hand. First of all, let's not discount the fact that that fist is as big as their heads, okay? And I'm pretty sure that's because it was the King of Prosecutors trophy. Second, that is a blunt edge. It's not sharp. It's not a knife. And you can't say it was a broken knife either. That is blunt. Anyway,
will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
She was doubting her own memories there. Witness testimony. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
You know, I don't think it was just the flash of lightning, Judge. I'm pretty sure it was just the entire traumatic event occurring in front of her.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here.
I would still like to cross-examine.
This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neal.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Thanks, Judge. Cross-examination.
Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
2 or 3 days later, she could have been gaslit.
The memory should still have been fresh in her mind,
but she could have been gaslit.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? So, at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No. I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here! Anyway, this picture...
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course! This is the exact scene!
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives, right?
See? Phoenix is on the same track as me!
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So, I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Uh-huh. Oh, well...
That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here.
Do we have to point something in the picture?
Do we have to point something in the picture?
So we have to present here, obviously. I think we present the knife because of precisely what I said earlier, and that it's a blunt object that he's holding in the picture. So I do want to look at this real quick. So this is blunt on both ends. Just you know, FYI. Okay. I think I want to present that. But where do we present it is the question. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Okay, I think we present it here. Let's bring up the knife. It was wrong. It was wrong. I wanna just point at it. Why won't you let me point at it? I mean, first of all, you can't see anything. Okay, let's see. Ooh, wait. Oh, we don't know whose blood it is, though. Someone was knocked out with a vase. Do we just bring up the evidence list again? Like... We're already inspecting it. Like, why would they do this to us? This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Are you sure? No, that's wrong. I really just want to click it. Must have fainted. Because we could also maybe use the jar here. Exactly what I saw in that instant. What do we bring up? What exactly do you want me to bring up here? Oops. Sorry. I didn't mean to press her on that again. All I could see were shadows. Could we bring up the jar here? I mean, we can't. We don't know whose blood it is. I'm just gonna bring it up to just get it out of my head. Yeah, I figured. I figured as much. I mean... She did also draw the blue badger. Well, everyone is assuming it was the chief of detectives or chief of police or somebody. So it's not the knife. It's not either of these, because why would it be those? Evidence rooms, floor plans. Nope, not that. Rubber glove. Also, why is this part of SL9? Locker, fingerprints, security. Let's check the case files, maybe. No, can't be this, because there's nothing in there. We could bring up the autopsy report for Neil Marshall. Maybe that's what they want us to do, instead of bringing up the knife. It is what they wanted us to do. I can't believe this. We had the knife right there! I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it, just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. Thank you! That's what I wanted to do all along! What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? That part! The weapon! The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken. The tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. No, it wasn't.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she remembered her correct. But she was sure she remembered. But she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
I wonder how they managed to break it inside of him.
Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there's a lie.
But I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? There is. There is another one! If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't be just explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here, inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding? That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! 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 Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shielded knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he didn't carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. It's removable? Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait! I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
To remind herself, it had to do with the police. What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture.
So she drew it like this?
All this time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up, and now the blue patcher? This should be interesting.
Witness testimony. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I knew it! She pushed! I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
That's weird. This is certainly most unusual. I'm gonna save here real quick, too. Let's be smart about this, you guys. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean He didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense...
Stop! Please! Don't pursue this any further. Don't pursue this any further.
Lana? What's the meaning of this?
Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Wait a second. Was it the jar? Is the jar what Emma saw? Gonna move my camera a little bit. I'm a little off center. Is the jar what Emma saw? Was the silhouette of the jar what gave her the idea of the blue badger? Just 1 second. Okay, blue badger looks like that, okay? Jar. If it's upside down. If it's upside down, kinda, you know? It's a little tall in the middle, but... Oh my god, she designed it over the vase. She designed it based on the base. She designed it based on the vase. Let me drink some water real quick.
Okay. It's too late to turn back.
Silence!
Whew, silence.
The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Oh, he had to call in the bailiff.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
Cross-examination. I knew she pushed. Okay. So, once again, we're just gonna go through pressing everyone, or everything. Okay. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes. At least, I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you...
Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've gotta help that other person. What do you mean, you think? She's quickly become an unreliable witness. It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Sky was almost killed before. Wait. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was to witness.
Wait. Hold.
Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place 2 years ago. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
What? I saw a man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face? With its winning smile and all? With its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
Oh, she is, but I'll course correct. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. What caused her to see what she saw, whatever.
Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed?
My time to shine!
Who is this Blue Badger really?
I just might know!
The Blue Badger hadn't even been drummed up yet when drummed up yet when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago...
You're getting a dog? When are you getting a dog? Is that why you're coming home late? Where is this dog coming from? What about our dog? Oh, now he's just gonna ignore me. What? But anyway, okay. While I wait for that response, we're gonna continue.
It is the defense's belief.
Wait, this is Phoenix.
It's the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please, show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike.
Oh, I got you. I got you!
The mysterious Blue Badger was, in fact, this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Give me 1 second to respond to this. Apparently, we're getting a new dog. The deets are coming through now, but anyway, we're continuing. Sorry about that.
However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this. I had one more word, Phoenix. Okay, let's rotate it upside down, like so. Under, like that. That kind of looks like it, right? Do I have to make it like exact? Hopefully not. It's really hard to do this on mouse and keyboard. Okay. Yeah, that looks like him. I shouldn't have messed with it. Okay, yeah, that looks right. Right? Let's just turn it just a little bit. Just a smidge. Get it just right for everyone in court. Present.
Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger.
Oh, thank God. There was a lot of leeway there.
No. It can't be.
Order! Order!
The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
Wait, I missed something, didn't I?
What's your point?
What do you mean?
So, that badger thing was actually a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed. Very well then, please, tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar?
It can't be the location, because we know for sure it was still in that... Oh, wait. Was the jar somewhere else? Was it... I know they specified this. I know they specified this when we saw the picture. That... They took a picture in front of the jar, right? Which is clearly seen in this picture. But I can't recall if the jar was on the right side, near Gant's desk, or on the left side, near Lana's desk. Murder weapon. I don't think this changes the murder weapon. Murderer. I mean, we know about the role reversal already. Officer Marshall, or well, Prosecutor Marshall had his knife. Emma pushed, and then it changed to Joe Dark. I mean, I think the only thing that makes sense here is probably the location. Because we've already established what the murder weapon is, and we know who the murderer is. So I guess, I mean, unless they're trying to pin the murder on Emma, which, I mean, why would they do that? Let's say location. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen the jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. Wait, the suit of armor's right there too! And we know for sure, 1000%, that suit of armor is behind Gant's desk. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? Well, she did say they were wrestling. They were in a tussle. From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now. It was Emma's fault, wasn't it? I mean, she had a lot of DNA evidence at the crime, but I was still hoping like, oh, well, she may have influenced how he died, but she didn't actually kill him. I hope that's not the case. Okay. She said she was knocked away. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now, tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? What could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact of the man. Wait, the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. And the suit of armor with the stabby thing is there. It was all accidental. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf, the jar... Wait. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The knight. I knew that spear was pointy and suspicious. Super sus. The suit of armor.
holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright? What's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh no. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So, it was the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. But she's a minor, though. She's a minor. This is unprecedented, and it was accidental. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered the prosecutor. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Edgeworth? You have something? Touché, Miss Skye. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. he may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
That's impossible. Is it on the jar, do we think? Is that why there's so many like dots and a line on it?
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind.
Let's check the jar. Because, like, the line could be suggesting an M. Could be suggestive of an M, and the dots. Okay, so you see these dots right here. Okay, I can't move my microscope. So let's just inspect. Okay, here. The dark red stains must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragment found in Chief Gant's office still has lines remaining on it. Okay, sorry, Phoenix. I did not want you to talk about it, but, like, does it not look like Emma? Right? I'm gonna say there's evidence.
This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek.
The truth! The truth! The truth!
The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
It's Emma.
This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he gonna just... Wait. Oh, is he just gonna speak the killer's name? That... I gave her a completely different tone there. Oh, is he gonna just speak the killer's name? No, that doesn't sound right either. Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar, where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. no. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Oh, this is going to be another interactive puzzle, isn't it? I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Okay, well... oh, we're not connecting, we're just presenting. What? Wait, I couldn't write anything! Okay. Sorry, my bad. Hello? Okay. Sorry, I have to click the dot first, and then I'll be able to do something. Okay, so I can't connect these lines. Frustrating. Really? You won't let me? You know, if this doesn't count, we're dead here. You all know that, right? Present. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Oh. Emma. So, this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. So this is the final message. Oh no. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy! Can't say I didn't warn you. Not now. Chief Gant. Sorry. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I, believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Yes! Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. I mean, he still killed those other people, right? I mean, like... right? Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery.
Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Ugh. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial's headed, no one knows. Oh, God. That first half of the trial just made me feel all kinds of icky. Poor Emma. One trauma after the other. Next one? Let's finish this. February 25th, 12:06. District Court. Defendant Lobby Number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. I hope I'm not interrupting, pals. Oh, yes, I am. I'll come back later. Just trudge your way back on in here. Also, apologies if I have to repeat myself. I tend to stumble on my words. Sometimes I talk too fast. And sometimes I just don't like how I say the line the first time, so I will say it again. So again, apologies for the repetition. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? He always fades in so slow. You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Wait, why does this seem so familiar? I'm getting deja vu here. Thank you for the follow. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. That's a cute-ass book. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him? I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket. From Miss Sky. Explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Wait a second. Wait a second. You're telling me this entire book was made for 2 rules? 2? They're just missing the 4 dummies sign on it. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why, I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial... Wait, the real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do?
Your credibility has been all ruined, but...
Wait, your credibility has been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal!
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body.
With force, with gusto.
That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end.
Oh, now you're speaking my language. February 25th, 12:52, District Court, Courtroom number 9.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
You're gonna say that now? We've got a trial to commence.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes. Well, normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. I'm having deja vu. But,
this isn't easy to say.
You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have
struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial.
Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness. Does that mean that Edgeworth is gonna do the cross-examining? Because I don't know how I feel about this turn of events.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, boyfriend?
You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over.
The defense calls... The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. The defense calls Damon Gant! He does seem to do that. What is this Edgeworth slander happening right now? Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
He has everything to do with this.
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Oh boy, he's gonna play dumb on so many levels.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Oh, thank God, we're still cross-examining here. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Oh, Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
That unsettling silence. So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine, fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Oh, suddenly. He's a chatterbox about it. Okay, I see your game here. Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh? Like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish.
You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse testimony. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. I have a feeling we should have looked at that book. Maybe we should do it right now. Let's look at that book for dummies. Evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And that's literally 1 page. Why is this book so thick? 2 rules. Anyway, that was useless. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. This man is confident. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. Witness testimony, SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Nothing? You sure about that? Why was it in your safe? Is that when Dark was arrested? Oh, him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. He's just confirming everything we said. I mean, that's good normally, but like, no, he's bad, he's scummy. Oh. Give me one moment. My dog really, he wants a lot of attention right now. I didn't think this through, hold on. Okay. Doggy cam! I don't know why he's being so needy right now. But he is. Ugh, let me adjust this. I didn't think about this. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. That's what he said. Cross-examination. Okay. So we're just gonna press everything. I don't care if it's not relevant. We might as well. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lona Skye, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. Okay, keep pressing. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right. But Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs, I guess you could say. Oh, I guess you could say, he got lucky. I get it. What's this power outage? Oh, that? Well, the elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went through his heart, though. Why is he so jovial about this? His friend died. That's not funny. This guy cares for no one! Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls. That statement was real sus. Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. You mean he? So that means...
You found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway. So, you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? I definitely want to press there. I mean, I already pressed, but something is wrong there. Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. But I'm not sure what we present. If you're going to stare at anything, stare at Edgeworth! You'd better. Wait. Sorry. Threw myself off my game. You'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy. Always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Wait! Oh, is it the knife? Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. It's the knife, right? Because we just learned that one was fake. I mean, if it's not the knife, then it's the list. Where is the knife? It's this one. Well, really it's the tip, but we don't have that available to us. I mean, it better be the knife. I don't think it was the knife. Whoops. Okay. Knife. I mean, I did say earlier, we found scraps of evidence, the jar and the other evidence list, in his safe. Not in Lana's safe. I don't even think she had a safe in that office. But we're gonna present the evidence list next. Just because. It has to have the knife written on there. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that's a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. There you go! Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Skye drew her picture on. Very perceptive, Judge. Thank you for that reminder. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar was sitting in your office. A piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant? These articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who? Me? Or do you mean, you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Oh, you're gonna pin it on me? That's how you're gonna play this?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you, found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. How worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. You already asked for his badge. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. I don't think we have to worry about his salary here, Phoenix. Let me put my dog down because, like, your girl has no muscle and I'm already tired of carrying him. Anyway, say bye to the people. Bye. You're heavy. Oh, now he's just giving me looks. Don't look at me like that. Okay, next. Yes. Well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Witness testimony, evidence, and forgery. Also, I hope you guys could have heard me while I was holding my dog. I was a bit further away from my mic, so yeah, I hope you guys still heard me okay. Let's see. What was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I'll press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Ajee. In return, though, I know. That place, right? The pool? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? No, they're just gonna go swimming. Cross-examination. Okay, once again, we're just gonna press everything. I am suspicious of one particular statement, but we'll get to it when we get to it. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yeah, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Wright's prints are found. Yep. If they're found inside my safe, that would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. This one. This is the one that I was like, I'm sus of this, because he did mention, like, you can't prove that I had anything to do with this if the evidence list was submitted after Dark was committed. And I'm pretty sure that he was convicted after Emma drew on it.
What do you mean by that?
So I think we present the picture here. I mean, this is all purely hypothetical, of course, but
suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
Oh, maybe we should press it on this one, rather. Like, present it, rather. Not press.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not.
After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right? The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Righto. Think about it. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. He has Lana in his pocket. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one! Uh-huh. Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. Then the resolution of SL9 really sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Gah. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. Wrong thing, Phoenix! It's Lana! It's Lana!
He put Lana in the prosecutor position.
So that means...
Through blackmail. Just like Red, White, and Blue Corps.
There's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Oh, don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Uji, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little?
By all means, please do.
What's he gonna add now? I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. You don't say.
Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl. Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him?
Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Point out an accomplice!
True. You might not help anyone out. Wait, you might not help out anyone. Wait. You might not help out anyone for their... Okay, true. You might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
Judge, please! Not right now!
That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who's this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
His partner, Miss Lana Skye.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in the light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her out more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana, if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana... She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid, without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy. You'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order! Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible! But Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
Are you saying we're partners in crime here? You want to do this together?
It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Do we have anything? Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
The only thing that I could maybe possibly think of is the broken knife. But honestly, I have no clue. Oh, no. Had a heart attack there. I didn't mean to press it. And I double clicked it with the mouse, but no, that just allowed me to check it. Oh my god. Jump scared myself there. I don't know why. Yeah, the only thing I can think of here is the knife. Evidence that ties Gant to Goodman's murder. I'm just giving a quick run through of all of this. I'm gonna choose the knife.
Well, Chief? So long as Righto here is tossing out things regardless of their relevance, mind if I toss something too, Ajee? The shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you. You always were quite the joker, weren't you? Oops. Looks like I got it wrong. Oh. Don't oops me. Maybe this boot to the head will knock some sense into you. I know it's hard with all that's gone on during this trial. But try to think back to what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago. Now that he mentions it, we did find something during yesterday's investigation. Something that proves Gant entered the room.
Oh, the ID! The ID card record!
Well, looks like he wants another one of your boots, Ajee. I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good.
Okay. I see what you're putting down. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Ajee. We got this. ID card record.
This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. Lucky number 7. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing! The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so, you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be there with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him? In days. Chief Gant. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, You had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Oh! He went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime, huh? Because of the King of Prosecutors? For the switchblade knife? Proof that he went to No, that doesn't show us anything. That shows us nothing. We've all been going under the assumption that he went in using Gant's card, so they went in together. The only proof would be like a video record, but we don't have that for that timestamp. We do have that handprint. Not this one, but the one that was behind the blue badger. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Gant. The evidence locker? I mean, we know that the evidence locker was open. The evidence locker! No, there's gotta be something more solid than this. Dang it! On that day, Detective Goodman had to go see Chief Gant. Sorry to interrupt your mumblings, but the court is waiting. Okay, hold on. Let's save. Let's be smart. We don't want to have to fast forward through all of this again. Okay. Something more concrete. Something more concrete. Lost item report. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or, to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So, Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet, you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess. Let me guess what you're gonna say next. Lurkin. We appreciate lurkers here. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yeah. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet, you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
No! Man, he Kamehame hard into that.
Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
With your car, Edgeworth! I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it?
Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office.
I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was just a useless clue, just taking up space.
I didn't! How could the chief have moved the body?
Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
Do I use the parking stub? Because we don't exactly have Edgeworth's car here. Well, we could also show this photo. It's a pretty good photo of the car. Pretty good photo of the car. It's our only photo of the car. I'm gonna use the picture.
Well,
it's wrong. We should have just gone with the freaking stub. Yeah. Okay, we'll go with the pay stub. Hold on.
okay. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
Parking stub? Miles Edgeworth. I mean, I guess it makes sense that it's the parking stub because it is the only one we haven't used yet. And Phoenix did say he thought it was useless. But I mean, that was a pretty good picture of the car and Lana opening it and finding, just whatever. Whatever, game!
You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Exactly as I thought. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know, I didn't plan on returning to my office. After the ceremony finished that day, no, you were, because Gant planned it by having you return the screwdriver. But you did return. Tell me, why? Ugh. I was asked to go, by Chief Gant no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. It's all coming together! So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order! Order! What is going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please, say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. You can't just leave? But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons like the right to testify. Wait, sorry. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So, you're going to just run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show me your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? I want to save first. And let's give our court record just a run through. Because again, we still have that handprint that we found behind the blue badger in the... I mean, it's not in our court record. I was gonna say it was in the video, but it's actually not. It's in our evidence blueprint, I think. And I'm pretty sure that Gant wears gloves. Just, you know, casually. But of course, that's faulty evidence. Like, we can't just say it's him because he wears gloves. Anyone could wear gloves. Concrete proof that he stabbed him. Actually, no. We have this switchblade knife, which again, Lana hid in the muffler of the car. Well, she hid it in her muffler, into the muffler of the car. Because I'm pretty sure we can link this knife, if it was in Edgeworth's car, right? Back to the police station. But this doesn't necessarily link him. But then we can bring up evidence law, right? Because it's circumstantial evidence, because he was there at the time. Shall not be without their approval. Unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case on trial. I think we'll be leaning hard into rule number 2. But honestly, concrete proof that he had something to do? Honestly, no. I don't think we do. In this case, though, I feel like we should always present. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. Then, please, hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better be proof Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. I mean, when you put it like that, it makes me not want to click it. I mean, I really want to click that knife. Really want to. Really, really, really want to. And this confirms that it was like a 4.5-inch knife. We don't know how long this knife is. I'm gonna click it. And we're probably gonna die, but I'm gonna click it. So, what exactly is this evidence? Am I wrong? Am I wrong here? It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge. Judge? But I am the judge. Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor?
Let's go back. Oh, I should have just loaded. I should have just loaded in. Okay, well, knife was wrong. Knife was wrong. Okay. Okay, what if we present the book? It's wrong. The music did stop! Okay. Not right. Maybe we should just say we have no proof yet, because I honestly don't know what else it could have possibly been. So, no parking lot. I mean, ID card record, which we've already used. Fingerprinting. Screwdriver. He's just connected. There is no proof that he actually killed. Besides this. Which, like, we could bring this up. It might be our only... It might be our only thing. We could try. I hear my dog opening my door. And he ran away. Okay, I'm gonna try presenting the evidence room floor plans because we haven't really pointed out the blood spots. Like, we haven't really covered that yet. If not, then I have no clue. I'm out of ideas. And it's wrong. Man, we were doing so well. What if we say I have no proof yet? It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See ya, G? Please object, Edgeworth. Please object! In that case... This court is forced to penalize you. Wait a second. Oh no, the stuff in the safe wouldn't make him liable for the murder either. Because we're talking about Goodman here. This court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy, I'll leave the rest to you. Was this the wrong move? I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Oh, it was so wrong. So that means we do have something. Wait. Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna be like, we haven't used this, have we? We kind of have. We used it to get Emma's fingerprints. And I was like, what is Gant wearing? Okay.
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Edgeworth. Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial.
Edgeworth.
We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth? Another witness.
It's Lana!
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all those questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth.
The defendant, Miss Lana Skye?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day.
Final recess?
In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony.
This court is now in... Hold on!
Huh?
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Toodles. Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. I can't believe this. February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Way to shake it up, though. Usually in those 50-50 cases of do I object or do I not object, the game typically leans into objecting. So I'm actually surprised that they flipped the script there. I mean, this entire case has flipped the script. So, I mean, I guess. We almost died there. We did die, but we almost died there.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
Our hero!
That chief. He's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. Post office? At your office. At my office? My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again! How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But, Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Oh, Emma! Emma, are you okay? Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical hospital. Or office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So, she heard everything that's been going on. Emma? I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I feel almost relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what happened. To think, all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man! And she did it all, just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey! Don't go blaming yourself now! If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal! Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No. I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
They three parted? The ending? Are you kidding me? I can't believe they've done this. Let's get into Final Day Trial Ladder 2. Ridiculous. February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Now then,
Will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Oh, she doesn't want to be up there. Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor.
Oh, you're not even gonna ask her to introduce herself? You're gonna introduce her for she's just because she's a woman doesn't mean she doesn't have a voice. Let her speak!
I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. The truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. She's acting like a mother to her, really.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
Please cooperate. Witness testimony. Gant and the fabrication.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. When I found the prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Then why are you turning away? Look me in the eyes and say that. Liar.
Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana...
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her.
She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. How are you reading my thoughts?
Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming agony. Yeah. This is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Cross-examination. Gant and the fabrication. Okay, so we're gonna press everything. Luckily, all of these testimonies have been fairly short.
How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see. I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why.
Pretty sure we press on the final one where she mentions Emma, but we're gonna go through it.
But think, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman.
You told me as much yesterday, in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And you
couldn't have fabricated that. It's two grown men.
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer.
My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day. All because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Anna. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. You say you did this all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Well, it seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible.
Why do you keep turning away?
The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean the prosecutor? Oh, I keep saying the prosecutor. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. That's new information. You planted the tip of Dark's knife and you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you plant the knife? Why did you plant the knife? But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure that out. Very well. Let's add this to the witness testimony. The reason Miss Skye fabricated the knife.
I wonder if we can ask about the other one.
I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So, you buried it inside the victim's stab wound. Yes. Because I hated Dark for what he did. So, you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period.
That's on period.
Are you so desperate to hide that fact? That you're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened.
In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions.
Mr. Wright, my sister's lying!
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone.
I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction.
So I do want to go back to that other one. I think it was the one... This one? We had two options, right? So we'll skip through this dialogue. Hopefully it gives us the two options again. I shouldn't have skipped through it. Wait. Wait, it disappeared. Hello? Oh, we gotta do that again.
Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
Oh, okay, so this was the same.
That's not the point.
Okay, that's the same. But we did get another dialogue option. That's weird. Okay, so that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? Here we go.
When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
Wait, was this not new? No, it was.
It seems I was the first person.
Oh, wait, no, it wasn't. Okay, never mind. Okay, so we couldn't have asked for the second option. Okay, skipping through. Oh, I didn't mean to press Q. I meant to press tab to look at the court record. I do think we present something here. We have pressed everything. Because whenever it comes to Emma, she gets all soft. Nothing to do with Emma. Do we bring up the jar? Do we bring up this piece of cloth? Because they do bear Emma's fingerprints and, you know, evidence against her. I kind of want to use the jar first because it blatantly says her name. First of all, it blatantly said her name. And then someone must have wiped it off, right? And if she was the first to the scene of the crime, she obviously would have seen it. Let's try. That's wrong. Because we can't press her on anything. Oh, we know, Emma. No truth to... We could also try here. No truth to this blackmail theory. What about this jar? I should save. Before I go down to like 1 HP. No truth to this blackmail. See, because there's so many things in her statement that I'm like, well, that can't be entirely true. Like, for this, there's no truth to the theory. For this, she did it all by herself. This one, she planted the wound and moved the body. This one, she knew the tip of the weapon would be all they needed. Like, but your sister. But your sister! Do you think they had the fingerprint kit back then? Do you think she had it available to her? We're just gonna try. There has to be something with Emma. Because if it doesn't work here on that final statement, I would like to try both of those items on the blackmail theory statement. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else really. No truth to this blackmail theory. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, wait! What about this picture? What about this picture? Could we present this? Oh, but the picture wouldn't have been drawn until, like, after the fact. No use not trying. We've already saved. It's wrong. Okay, I'm going back to the blackmail theory. Is there really? Nope. Okay. So now we could try the jar. And if that doesn't work, we restart. Because we'll be dead anyway. Nope. Okay. Won't load. I need to think about this. If it's not the jar, and it's not the fingerprints, well, we don't necessarily have any other evidence linked to that case, besides this knife. Because this could also be... Wait. I fabricated... Wait. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. By herself. Do you think we used this book she gave us? Because she couldn't have fabricated by herself. Without the approval of the police department. That's rule 1, right? Oh, we're gonna be here a while. Oh, we're gonna be here a long while. I'm going back to this last statement. Something is wrong with this one. You do everything for Emma. Everything! It's just, I don't know what to present. We might have to just throw in everything. I mean, it's not ideal, but, really, did we present the evidence list, by the way? Because I don't remember. I think we did. But I'll do it again. Just to be safe. We don't want another incident like the knife. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know. Okay. There's something wrong with every single statement. Like, something about everything she says tickles something in the back of my head. So I'm just like... I'm not sure if it's the final statement. Sorry, Emma. I just meant to go to the final statement. I missed it again. I might have to look it up. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. Wait, does anyone know what this one is? I'm still heavily leaning on the fact that this is the statement I have to present something on. But again, there's something about every single thing she says that just seems wrong. I kind of want to do the cell phone thing. Because why would she immediately call her sister if she didn't care? Yeah, does anyone know what to do here? I mean, I could just look it up too. Okay. Well, I think those were all my ideas so far. I mean, we could do this photo for the blackmail theory. Okay, now I'm out of ideas. Okay. We're loading in, and I'm gonna look this up. Oh! I pressed the wrong statement for those 2 questions. Okay, yeah. So we did see this, and now we're supposed to be given 2 questions. Yeah. So we asked already, why did you plant the knife? So now we have to ask, why did you move the body? Okay. Alright, so I was just in the wrong there. I'll make it known, though, that I did point out that I wanted to ask the second question. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Skye moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. The jar? Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes. That wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. But she pushed him directly... Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently, the jar shattered at the time of the crime. At the time the crime was committed. But then how would the blood have wiped off? Huh, Lana? But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Well, it must be on that one statement.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. Okay. So, perhaps... I didn't mean to press. Skip, skip, skip! Come on, come on. Okay, okay. Let's present the jar. Hey, take a look at this jar that I put back together. Notice anything with the blood? Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction? In my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar. Order! Order! There is that too. I guess there's that too. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Witness testimony. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But you didn't. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. They also weren't completely clean. How could you tell if it was clean at all if it was dark? You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Cross-examination. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment.
You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally, I would have.
But there was lightning. Even Emma saw some things.
You didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case.
Lana, you do that for me?
It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go.
You just bought that, Emma!
I never miss anything. I got every last piece, except you didn't.
Okay, well, we know where to press now. Or, well, present.
So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt, this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Okay.
So I'm 90% sure we just present the jar again. Because it was in his safe, that one piece, the one that has the M line on it. The 10% was, you know, safety for me gaslighting myself. For me allowing the game to gaslight me, rather.
Miss Skye, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was Still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. She wasn't the first to the scene. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. Yes! But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. Let alone an ace detective with a flashlight and camera! That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were here in my mouth all along. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh. There's no way a name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first... It's going so fast. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? I'm also wondering like how he got there. So he used the elevator right after Marshall probably. Went in there and then probably went back down to the elevator. Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No! He doesn't want to incriminate his friend, his swimming buddy. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer for I can't watch you suffer anymore for my mistake. For my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that, coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Judge! Really? Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. He was in the room the entire time! But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right. The witness may testify once more, for the final time. Witness testimony. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought, she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. I have a wild, crazy theory. So we've already established. We know Gant has gloves. He wears them casually because he's prepared. You know, just like how Lana's prepared with her flashlight and her camera. You know, Gant is prepared to do scummy stuff with his gloved hands. Because we already know, number one, there's a handprint behind the blue badger in the evidence room, right? No fingerprints. None at all. We still haven't linked him to that. Second, I think Gant was already in the room when Emma passed out. I think that, yes, she impaled Mr. Marshall, but then Gant wrote her name on the jar. Because he had gloves, he just picked up some blood from Marshall's body and just wrote it there himself, maybe. Planted it there. I mean, is there a way that it really wasn't Emma who pushed Marshall into the suit of armor? I mean, maybe Gant could have redirected it into the suit of armor. Who knows? I mean, I certainly don't, but that is what I am thinking right now. What else? I think for sure that piece of cloth was Emma. That was from Marshall's clothes. Wait, so Gant would have had to cut that piece of cloth off of him, off of his back. Because, let me just show you guys the picture just to really drive this in. Marshall wears leather.
That piece of cloth that we found with Emma's handprint, does it not look like leather? Gant would have had to cut that off of his body. But was it after the fact? Or like, you know, when they had him in the morgue or something? I don't know. Anyway, back to the game. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You are the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. The book for dummies? What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. Huh? I didn't get no picture. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Well, very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. I mean, on the front cover. Oh, now I can inspect the cover. Evidence law. Can I open it? Oh! Misprepared over here. Hey, there's a picture here. And it's gruesome. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record. Crime scene photo taken from the case 2 years ago. Wait. Crime scene photo from the case 2 years ago taken. How does that make more sense than what I said? Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Oh my god! That's where Emma pushed him! Could that be? The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. That looks way more square than in her picture. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whose ever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints are... They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. We're just building up more evidence. Cross-examination! To use against Gant! Oh! Hello? Come now, Wedgie! This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant.
What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Gah.
So what? You think I'm worried? Oh, he's sweating bullets. Why would he come back if he wasn't worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true.
Wait, you mean
you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping it quiet? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked Neil Marshall over, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is that true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now.
And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision.
Okay, sure. I would love to save, I guess. Game is kind of just forcing me into these situations.
Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall?
Okay. So we know for sure Emma's fingerprints are on it. But I mean, there's still the possibility that we can spin it to be like, it was hidden in Gant's safe. We still haven't addressed that issue, is that the evidence against Emma were all collected in Gant's safe. I feel like we have to show it.
The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall.
Because it's just evident now. It's very obvious that someone beat Sky there. Lana Sky. We have to show it.
Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence.
All right. The time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the chiefs. Oh, Emma. Let's just hope Phoenix pulls something out of his ass. Or Edgeworth. Edgeworth, please. Like, save us again. Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. What if we were just like, what if we be a smartass and just show the picture? Like, here, the suit of armor actually killed Prosecutor Marshall. We could be snarky about it. It's a piece of leather cloth? Yes. It was most likely cut from the victim's vest, near his chest. Yes, yes, point that out, Phoenix. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? Well, I'm sure Wright has checked. Haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's. Wait, what? They're mine? So I really did do it. See, I told you. It was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. Yes, Phoenix! That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. Oh no. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No. It appears we have our killer. No! 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 Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty, on all accounts. Do over! We should have been snarky. Why didn't you guys let me be snarky? Let's say we can't show it. What happens then? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant? You opened my safe! You know, oh, I know what you, wait. I know you took I know you took what was inside! Oh. And this way he can't deny that those pieces of evidence were in his safe! He claimed them! All on his own! Okay, game was being opposite the entire time. Alright, cool. The conclusive evidence! I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you?
You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it! What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it?
But you can't testify!
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, well, that, when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So then you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. And this was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar It's been a day, you guys. It's been a long day. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar, too? Yes, Edgeworth! He's got me. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? Well, that's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So, you admit it then, Mr. Gant, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yeah, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine.
Okay, it's not gonna force me to save here? Is it really not? 'Cause, I mean, I'll save. Okay, so the game has been pulling just a whole opposite day fiasco around here. We have twice now been prompted not to show evidence to court. So, do we continue that trend? Do we not show evidence? No, it's too late to show the evidence now. I feel like we had to show it there. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints. Right? Think hard over the circumstances. The circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? So... Edgeworth figured out my plan. Mr. Wright, this is your only chance. Okay. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Then and now? Is there a difference? I mean, he has admitted that the cloth belonged to him, which puts him at the scene of the crime prior to Lana getting there. He's also admitted to tampering. Is this really what we present? We still have this picture that we didn't do anything with. We also have this book. Okay, we're going! Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last! You finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know?
You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright? Do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted.
Phoenix, I'm gonna need you to let me into your thought process here because, like, I'm completely up in the air.
The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is...
I mean, it's Emma. Phoenix did give us the go-ahead, right? He said it was okay. It's Emma!
Emma? Emma Skye?
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh! You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Skye, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Skye, it's not over yet. What? I said, this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Now we're the one doing the staring. Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical... Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I have a feeling
It's because Chief Marshall originally had the knife, right? So he was standing with his back to Emma. So if Emma really did push him, it would have been on the back of his cloth, right? Right? Phoenix? Is this what you're getting at? Is this what you're trying to tell me? I mean, you can't see anything here. You can kind of see. Is it the drawing? Is it the drawing? I'm putting in the drawing! Is it? Is it the drawing? It's real funny watching you squirm, Righto. This piece of evidence does indeed seem to contradict something. Your outward appearance of mental sanity. Okay, okay, alright. Well, it may not have been the drawing, but, may not have been the drawing, but it could be the photo? Let me just check it. I can't check. Just the photo? Oh, he's angry. Okay. And what exactly is that supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all that blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth is clean. Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No! This is nonsense! No! This is Sparta! I'm going insane. This trial is crazy. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Oh, before Miss Lana Sky picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave a clue behind. And make Lana believe her sister did it. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you, personally, cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No!
finally all over.
That was close, Righto. You almost had me.
Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that.
I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of evidence. That cloth. So then what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
Well, I purposely did, but it's not illegal. According to the rule book of laws. What was the book called?
I admit, I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. That's right. You object to that. Object to it, Phoenix. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. It's not that I didn't present evidence. It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward! You can't really believe... There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. Oh, don't worry. I can prove it. I can prove all of it with my book of 2 rules. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Kinda against your will. You were kinda just given a handout here, kinda spoon-fed by Lana there, Phoenix. Don't try to take all the credit. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, This was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
Also, can we just not gloss over the fact that I have a whole ass book and Edgy Wedgie over here has a piece of paper, okay? I have a whole children's book on 2 rules that fit on 1 piece of paper. It's ridiculous.
And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Surprised it didn't just auto there.
Sorry, but can you recall? When was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
When you admitted to it being in your safe,
you yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this one more time. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
oh, yes.
No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be.
Damon Gant! The killer was you! I'm gonna stop now.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum! For 2 years he'd been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Yeah. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out.
Thank you. Wonderful performance, I know.
What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out of here. There are too many questions left unanswered.
Oh, he was pleading.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall."
And that's why he died.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. A bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was just too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Skye involved in all of this? Well, she had just as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer.
What's funny to me is how nostalgic all of these criminals get at the end. Like, we don't need all of this. Like, you're done. You're donezo. Get out of here. Go to jail. I don't need all this backstory. No more exposition, please. You've spoken enough.
They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. They did work under you. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Oh, he won't be alone. He'll have me as boyfriend. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Together forever. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. No pool date for them. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be. Long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are long gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Oh, don't worry. You'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. Thanks for putting us together there, Gant. We are a dynamic duo. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence, up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is, you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long, long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Aw. Happy for her.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty.
Yay! We've done it!
That is all. This court is adjourned.
We've beaten the first game! February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby Number 2.
At long last, it's finally over. Emma?
Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Oh my god, is she having like a siscon moment where she's like, oh my god, I haven't seen my sister smile in so many years.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
That's exactly it, isn't it? Oh my god, she just wanted credit! You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Nope, I'm not interrupting, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Oh, Gumshoe. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Have you come to tell us you've been reinstated? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh. Are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Her sister! Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I mean, I won't tell if you won't. Nobody tell! Snitches get stitches!
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But, sis, you were only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. I hid what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But, sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. I mean, technically she's still in police custody, but you know, we'll just sweep that under the rug. Oh, Emma. Emma! Ah.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because, in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here.
Come join the love fest.
Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened.
We were the ones who acted corruptly. Not you.
Aww.
It's too late for me.
Is he still gonna try to resign? I hope not. I hope Edgeworth's in the rest of these games.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
No, don't believe him, Edgeworth. There's two sides to every coin. Gant is one, and you can be the other.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? You can be chief prosecutor!
Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone.
Thanks, Lana. Great wingman over here.
You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Uh-huh. What? I mean, oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Oh my god, Phoenix isn't even listening! Come on, Mr. Wright! Show him what Lana's talking about!
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own.
The list! Maybe. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth?
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Oh, Edgeworth! What will you do now?
Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. Or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. But what I face now is my problem.
Diarrhea?
Edgeworth. I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell.
Bye, Edgeworth. See you next game, hopefully, maybe.
I'd better be going too.
Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation? It's in the same series of books!
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis! I will!
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective! I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well... you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? What? You think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Oh my god, that's how they're ending it. Oh, she's leaving. Bye, Emma. Oh, I bet there's a picture in here. A sisterly picture. Oh, so cute. Look at him. That was such a wholesome ending. Okay, not everyone got their epilogue. We did it! Yay! Y'all know what that means. Tomorrow we can start game 2. Oh my god, we streamed for so long. 6 hours!